Hello, hello, welcome. I will be with you shortly. Hello, 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 hello. Good day, good day. All right. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome to my very first multi-stream. Well, it's not really my first multi-stream. It's my I've been multi-streaming on YouTube for a while now, but it's my very first stream on Kick. So for those who are just joining in, welcome in. So today we're gonna hit the new Season 10 PTR for Diablo 4. I didn't touch Diablo since the past few months because each season was basically horrendous to me. And I've heard that this time it might be a little bit different. So, you know, copium. I did let myself being influenced by those comments, and I will dive in Diablo 4 today. So we're gonna test the new things today. So of course, yeah, they did not bring back the campfire, unfortunately. So classic, we're gonna go with the barb, because I always go with the barb. Hello, welcome, welcome, hello, hello, hello. So let's hope it's gonna be different this time. To be completely fair, my hopes are not that high, so... I'm not even sure what does that mean. Whatever. Dinner do I want to live on? La barbe est pas de la bonne couleur. Elle est de mon écran, là. T'es roux. Ah, I'm not a redhead. Leave me alone. Ah, don't start this again. Is that better? It's even darker. This is not red. What are you talking about? That's red. That's my brother. That's not me. Is this what's Nope. Not gonna happen. Yeah, seasonal infernal chaos. Recommended. Start with the original campaign. Why is this recommended? You don't give me anything seasonal while the campaign is on. Or maybe they did? Did they? Yeah, I want to create a hardcore character right now. Yeah, they didn't fix the Mama Buyer. Mama Buyer. Mom habillé. Ah. You've received a pet? I don't care. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, all my shortcuts are all messed up. I will need to redo my bindings. Character panel. Tab. Okay, good. Tatakak masuk tayo skin. That also not gonna happen. Ah, here we go again. Why do I have a colorblind filter? What the hell? I don't know why everything. I think I had issues with my machine at some point, and that's why I did. Let's bring that. Okay. Eh, la la. Yeah, let me just put all the graphics at maximum for now, and see how it goes. See if they optimized. Look it on the map, Mar. You're okay. Yeah, I have some slowdowns. Let me just fix this. Oh, that's much better. Holy shit, that is much better. Reward gain mount. Oh my god. Why are all my cats locked? It's probably because I didn't import the game. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Even this, I just don't care. Why am I doing this? I don't care. It's just ugly, man. Never mind. I don't want this. Oh, pet. What? I don't have my dog? My dog isn't locked? Okay, I'm gonna get my cat. Yeah, all my seasonal skins, I don't have them for some reason. All right. That's awkward. The map is not discovered, but all my waypoints are? what's up, Casey? How you been? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god. Okay. I was like the frame rates in Kyovasha dropped considerably. You can change an item's look, and I know. Can I just turn off the tutorials? Optimize for handheld. Oh, if you want to play on a Steam Deck or whatever. Big screen effect, no. Combat, no. Reduce strobing, yes. All tutorials, no. Pretty good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Going to work. Bye. Okay, bye. Classic. Kurast, Undercity, rune crafting. I'm kind of confused of all the quests. Okay, I need to do the quest to get my dog again. Okay. Visit Alum, the jeweler. Who are you multi-streaming with? YouTube and Kick. Okay. Yeah, it seems that my frame rate drops when there's a menu popping on the front of it. It's so weird. At this point, I think I will just turn off my ray tracing just because of that. That's so weird. Have a good day. Have a good day. Okay.
I'll be here, tinkering away.
Okay. I don't care about this. Okay. So basically there's no seasonal quest, right? There's just chaos rifts. There's only one new thing. Who uses Kick? I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Wieners. You may be right. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, there's Chaos Rifts here. So let me go here ahead and hey, wait, it's a PTR. Do we have like the little goblin that levels you up all the way up? I can is it in Kyovashan? It's weird. I went to the city, but it didn't discover the map. I think the map is bugged. I think I will have to leave and get back in again. Yeah, there's no leveling up goblin. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I don't care. I was still at the beginning. Wait, the game crashed? I copied my account and the game freaking crashed. Who's the wieners then? Did it work though? Yes, okay, it did work. I don't know why I deleted a character. I don't even have a full list. Whoop. Okay. Let's start over again. Let's try this. Will the map be okay, now the map is revealed. Okay, okay. That's why I didn't have anything. Now all my mounts and pets will be there, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. Even though I don't care. Okay. Chaos Rift expires in... Okay. Now we can go and it's gonna work. No weird side quest to do. I do already have a threat limit. Oh yeah, that's true. Uh... Maximum life as fortify. Fury regeneration for now. I will use fortify later. More fury. That's what I want. All right. Let's go straight into Hell Tides hard without any equipment. And I already leveled up. Wow. Kill 15 monsters within 3 seconds? There was 15 monsters in there? Aren't the hell ties supposed to be much harder than the normal zones? Bardish. Okay, the Chaos Rift is close. I don't know if there's a level requirement to do the Chaos Rifts or whatever. Or if it's scaling to your level. You know, that's one thing. I already got a legendary, man. I don't know, it's because if I've been lucky or whatever. You know, and there. I just realized I had points to put in 5 levels. More damage. Let's open a chest. Setting sun. Leap. No, I want the mighty throw. Wait a minute. Oh, when I opened the chest, I leveled up, okay. That's why. Okay, I need one more point. You know, that's one thing. I don't think that opening chest and getting XP is necessary. It's just speeding up things for, like, basically no reason. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to get in the game with an open mind and just, you know, try to figure out what are the new stuff. But there's still old stuff that are, like, kind of bugging me, and I'm trying to not to get into too much of a negative mindset. But when you're trying to kill stuff and there's just a random guy coming in and killing everyone just beside you, it's just annoying to me, man. Like this, I just go away. Leave me alone. All right, I got my 3 points. Avoid the mighty throw. Ah, it's still there, man. Don't close the freaking menu because I'm taking a potion. Okay, let's get back to it here. Wait a minute. Oh, they changed the mighty throw? It's not pulsing twice anymore? Unless it was an aspect? I don't remember, man. Let's open another chest. Fiery brown bear, thank you. There's still timers on chests. Okay. Few per second, okay. What is it? Becoming injured while crowd control against you unstoppable. What? Ah, come on. That's not where I threw it. Good lord. I also wish the skill tree was a little bit more compact so I could just use it on the fly. Because I'm always using it on the fly. Like, all the time, basically. Okay. Ah, it's B. Let me see if the bug with the cat is still there. What? Yes, okay, it is still there. Let's get back to town to get my potion upgrade. And that is, while I'm at it here. We'll just... uh, 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 I'm just giving some feedbacks. Good. All right. All right. Feedback done. Let's go and get rid of all this. Okay. Okay, that's why it was not there. It was over. Okay, let's find another place and try to find a new Okay. Okay. Where are the Chaos Rifts? Are you telling me that this is the seasonal mechanic and there is no Chaos Rift that I can do? Are Chaos Rifts only in Hell Tides, and why there's no Hell Tide right now? Hmm. It's kind of hard to test the new mechanics if they're not available. No, there's no Chaos Rifts, so they are only available during Hell Tides, and Hell Tides are not available all the time. Yeah. I wonder if the Chaos Rift is the same time as the Infernal Hordes that they're talking about. That's a Chaos Rift? Okay, I might have misunderstood something then. Whoops. Whoops. It didn't work. Okay. Okay, and it completely disappeared. Huh. Okay. To be fair, besides the Chaos Rifts, which are the exact same thing as the other kind of things that we had before with just another name, and the new Infernal Horse that seems to be reworked. Hey, what's up, Gamer Day? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I'll go back to town to check if I can craft an Infernal Horde key, because I totally don't get the hype about that season, man. All good, man. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. There's always deals to be made. Do a $50 giveaway if you reach 470 followers maximum 25 minutes. Only if you reach. So deal. To be completely fair, if I had $50 to give away, I wouldn't have just 420 followers.
Some solid bits here.
Welcome in, Ronnie 911. Welcome in.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I wonder what I should. My points in my point. Weapon mastery here. Where's the the occultist? I cannot craft keys, that's why. What level do you unlock? Level 25. Okay, what would be the fastest way to level up then? Hell Tides? Still Hell Tides? So I just need to do Hell Tides over and over again until I'm level 25? Yeah, that's what I thought. They're scammers. Their accounts were created today. So what they would have done, they would have spent $50 on a follower's bot. Oh, I just realized I have no more potions. I was focused on something else. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna die. Unless I find a health something. Of course not. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm reflecting on what's going on right now during the game while I'm playing, right? And that's one thing why what's still bugging me about the game is like, since you have to skip the campaign to have access to everything, you just basically mindlessly roam the land doing nothing without any purpose. You just go around and do stuff. Okay, that's new. And that's hard. Is it still there or it disappeared? Okay, it's still there. What the hell is this? How is it so freaking hard compared to everything else? I just need to survive some time. Holy shit. I don't get it. And that follows you around. It's so freaking stupid. What the hell? Okay, I'm not gonna do this. I don't want to do this. What the fuck? I was going for a chest. I lost all my cinders doing this, and it's following me around. What the fuck, man? You see, those were hard, but they were not painful. They were just challenging. That's how it should be. The Chaos Rift, man, this is so... Okay, that's a real Chaos Rift. So the Chaos Rift I got earlier, the Whisper, is not the same? They are designed to test player skills and builds with increasingly difficult enemies and affixes. Okay, I get it, but why do you spawn them? If the world scales to my level, why do they spawn with those affixes when I'm level 13? So now I've been playing for around an hour. I'm level 13. The early leveling was way too fast, but I feel like now the leveling is... The leveling now kind of makes sense. Whoop. That is still an issue. The tooltip shouldn't, like... I need 3 cinders. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Rare Chaos Rift. I don't want to do this, man. All right. My quest mastery. Item tempering unlocked. Wait. The tempering is level locked now? Was it always level locked? No, it was not level locked before, right? Yeah, he's skipping the rift. Nobody's doing them. I found 2 legendaries here. Okay. Let's get back to town. Oh my god. Remove timers on portals. Leave. Let me fucking leave, man. Hey, hello, hello. Whoops. Ah. Oh, tabarnak, man. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna last. Like all the things that were annoying me before are still there. Like it's just I'm really trying to keep a positive mindset, but it's so hard when everything is so trash, man.
Better than starting from nothing.
Hmm. 2 out of 7. Okay, so I can't even temper my full gear. And I'm done. I can't do anything else. I don't know if it's gonna... Priority quests available. Yes. Imprinting. Oh, imprinting. It's imprinting of aspects. Okay. Aspects imprinting. I forgot about that. Even to the last in line. Why are you still there? Never mind. Leave me alone. Let's go and do the class quest. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's just taking forever. It's so long. Did the server crash? Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
You there, barbarian. I see you are a child. We are.
Blah blah blah. Oh, it's still the freaking cat, man. Whatever. Each and every night, what is right. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Do you? These vermin imagine they can take our land as they please. We must often remind them otherwise. Let's see what you can do.
Pokemon in the chat. BRB, all right. There's still bots, man. I'm sick of bots. Why is there always bots? You don't own the ball. Let's go. We got it. We both got it.
Clean kill. The Forge Master was right to send you. You might just survive.
Survive what?
Max level for my mighty throw.
All right, stay your hand. The vermin have bled enough. There is a small cave nearby, where your final test awaits.
So many bots, yeah. Yeah, I already started to add the automatic block keywords on kick because I already got a few of them right off the start. My first kick message was tired of streaming to 0. Improve your streaming with the same freaking bots as on Twitch. It's so freaking annoying. You have reached your destination.
A great and terrible beast. It has plagued the steppes.
Yeah, you could use the bot face uses to keep them out of chat. What's the bot he's using? Because the previous bot I was using that you suggested me, he was basically blocking real users, so
I will wait here for you to return.
I just kept using the automatic keywords blocking, but it's not as efficient. Kumabot, yeah, Kumabot was blocking a bunch of people. I got a few unbanned requests from real people because Kumabot was blocking them, and as soon as I unbanned them, Kumabot was blocking them right away. I never knew why, so I just took out Kumabot. For now, it's not like it's a huge issue. It's just annoying. Dum, dum, ba, bum.
And
That map will drive me mad. Can you just click on it? Holy shit. uh all right. I have returned.
Welcome, kindred warrior. But may it
All right. From the ground.
Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
Yeah, that's cool, but I don't have anything to use with. So not gonna happen. Okay. I just keep spawning legendaries. Resource cost reduction, 4% damage. His corpse, he just jumped so far. That was funny. Like this again. They just die and they like sprint right across dimensions through the freaking mountain, man. Wait, yo, no! What's going on? It's only the quill rats. All the quill rats are doing this for some reason. It's so funny. Magic Chaos Rift bonus XP. I wish, but the thing is, I know I'm gonna die, man. I don't want to lose my cinders. Let me just open a chest before I do this. Maybe with my new gear, it's gonna be better. I don't know. Okay, let's try this. Now that I already spent my cinders, I do not know how it's gonna... of course, I'm having hordes at the same time. Wow. Yeah, it's still way too hard, man. It might be a little bit easier than earlier. I'm not taking as much damage as I did. What? Never mind. I take back what I said. It just felt easier. It's not easier. And of course, the heal. Okay, fuck that shit, man. I'm leaving. Just because the heal just fucked me up, man. And you're following me all the way up here? Maybe that's the strategy. You attract them one at a time, and you kill them away from the rift. Never mind. I just wasted my time doing this. Hey, Psychic, what's up? How you been, my man? Do you play this shit game, bro? I'm not playing this shit game. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, are you telling me that I'm playing this shit game? Holy shit, bro. How the roles have been reversed. I'm good, brother. How are you? I'm doing great, man. Thanks. I haven't touched this game since June. I played 6 hours of the 9th season and I never played. I just didn't play for the whole season. But now I've been told that, like, for once, people feel like they're listened to, so I just gave the PTR a chance. But to be completely fair, in the first hour, I already started to swear like before. Like, all the annoying things that were annoying me are still there. I'm taking a potion, the menu closes down. I'm trying to leave the portal as a timer, and then I just get chain canceled. There's still the bug with the cat. There's like, it's all still there, man. Like, oh my god, man. I cannot test the seasonal mechanics yet because I am not high level enough. One hour to GGG stream. Oh, there's a GGG stream? I just have a PoE 2 now. Ah, of course. As soon as a new season comes out, I'm going back to PoE 2, man. No weird. No question asked, man. It's next Friday, right? Like, no, not this Friday. The next week, right? The next week. Next week. PoE patch reveal. Oh, in 1 hour? Okay, I might take a break. I might take a break to watch the stream. Is it on YouTube? Do you have the link? Do a watch party stream? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, they're going live. They're going live. But I mean, is it live on YouTube? Live on Twitch? I think it's like a campfire chat, if I'm not wrong, on Twitch. No spoilers if you know anything, though. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. I don't know shit. The only thing I heard is that there's a new act coming, but I don't know anything about it. That's it. That's the only thing I know. It's gonna be a complete reveal for me as well, man.
Survive, Skosglen, and you'll be the stronger for it.
What's still got some good
I am not, you know, I'm not a special case for GGG. I don't know them. I don't have special treatments. But yeah, let me just prepare the link then. Hope they're gonna shock us. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of speculation. Yeah, of course, people are gonna theory crap. You know, like what's going on, what's coming. Theory crap. No. I have theories of what's coming. I hope we're gonna get the druid, man. I hope we're gonna get the druid because the reveal they did before even the game released was the druid. Everything they showed us was about the druid, and they didn't give us the druid. I hope swords are coming. I would like swords to be there. There's so many things that are missing then. Let me just go on Twitch. It's Path of Exile, right? Oh, they are live. Okay. Starting soon. Uh Let me just put I will put a special been for years. Moment. I put this here. And I will add uh there you go. Something like that. How does it look? Huh? Let's get ready. We have an hour. There you go. Okay. I'm still just level 17. Let me check what are my full arms. Full arm expertise. That's what I'm using right now, so let me put full arm for now. Hey, seriously, man. I am like the one thing that is still bothering me is that there is no side activities, no seasonal content, no nothing that is like out of the campaign during the campaign, which means that to have access to all the activities, you need to skip 90% of the game content, and it just makes the game like a mindless roaming simulator. There is no purpose, there's no goal, there's no like there's no specific quest, there's no story to complete, there's nothing to do except just running around killing stuff. Like I do agree that there's some people that is appealing to, because you just like, you know, you come back from work and you just want to go, you know, run around and kill stuff. Like, okay, fine, I do get it, but at the same time, we need to just admit that it's the only game that does this. Like, if you want to skip, fine, but can you at least give us the content for those who don't want to skip? That would be very nice, you know? It's like... Utopia. Bit more damage. One baneful heart. I have 2. I'm not sure if I am strong enough to kill it. I might still try it. It's probably less, it's probably easier than the rifts, man. Sense. Wait, is the timer, yeah, she's easier than the rifts, man. Whoops. I take back what I said. Why did I walk in this? I never walk in this, ever. I didn't play for a while, huh? So I forgot that this was a thing. Yeah, like this. Return to the Tree of Whispers. My second rune.
It is done.
Leg guards or rings. Give me rings, I guess. Ultimate skills, earthquakes and dust devils deals more damage. So to make the most out of this, you would need to have the 3 of them to do the most damage. Else it's not that good. That's my issue with the passives in Diablo. It's too broad. Movement speed. Let's go. My nose is bugging me. It's itchy. 5 levels to be able to craft Infernal Horde's keys. Okay, now I have some runes that I can use. 10% movement speed for 5 seconds. Cast an ultimate skill. Oh my god, my only rune sucks.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
Craft sigils. Wait. Oh, replace an affix. Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Another happy customer.
Okay, it came back. $44. No, 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 no. I'm wondering. Okay, let's just kill that guy. Let's go back to town. And let's speak with Grazia. Gem crafting. Oh, gem crafting. That's why I'm going to go anyways. That's why I wanted to go. Will produce materials. Yes. Wow. Hey, Grazia. Okay, craft the gem. I need to craft one. I can't. I can't even craft one. Oh, yes. Okay, craft gems. Oh, that's... What? Jewelry? I'm confused. Whatever. Craft a gem. Strength. Okay.
What will it be?
Oh, Raven of the Tree. Now I can drop my my whispers in towns. Okay. Not a huge deal breaker, but whatever. Common magic and rare equipment is automatically salvaged. And rare. You see, that's where you know that the drops and the items rarity is a problem when you reach a certain level. even rares are salvaged. That means that rares are basically becoming useless at that point. It's just gonna rain legendaries. Hey, are you winning soon? Hey, commence pas à faire comme Sarah, toi aussi, là. How you been, man? Comment ça va? À chaque fois que Sarah se connecte, tu gagnes-tu? Tu peux de VR chat? Ça va pas si pire. Pas si pire. C'est déjà mieux que... Oh? Entering the Hell Tides. Je travaille, sinon oui, je suis dans VR chat. Whoops. Je travaille, fait qu'avant d'être dans VR chat, t'es sur Twitch. Je travaille fort, tu sauras. Ah, tu travailles fort, tu fais quoi? Il faut regarder des Excel qui finit pas. Hey, je sais en crise de quoi tu parles, man. Des Excel puis des AutoCAD, man, est-ce que j'en ai fait de ça, hein? Une talle. Pestilence Swarm. Whoops, wrong side. Morning Star. Missing one cinder. All cool rats, just like it's so fucking funny, man. Look at this. Woohoo! It's just the quill rat that does this. It's so funny. It's so hilarious, man. I cannot attack them. Okay, I was like, but they're right there. There's a chest. It's just so weird. The dog. 30 minutes before the Path of Exile 2 stream. Please don't change this. This is so funny, man. I like it. So, I'm making some food and shit, but I'm not typing a lot now, but I'm here. No worries, man. We all got our lives going on, man. I totally understand that. Don't worry about it. Did you see the new Alien Earth series? I saw it. I didn't watch it yet. But it's in my plans. I'm gonna watch it this week. I've been told it's very good. It's hard to wait a week for another episode. Oh yeah, it's that good? I want them all now. Wait, did I remove the sound? Oh, I did remove it. Okay. Oh well, that's gonna be
I want more.
gonna be this. It seems I removed the sound that was like, I want it now, and it's just breaking a TV or something. Yeah, best I've seen in a long time. I'm weak for alien the technology. Yeah, I do get it, man. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd as well. Did you see the trailer, the new trailer for Fallout Season 2? No, it's been released, I think, yesterday. Good? Go watch it. It's like 1 minute and a half. Go watch it. Yep. I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be even better than the first season. And it's usually rare I am hyped for sequels, because most sequels are always like, you know, toned down or washed out or watered down versions of the first one just to, you know, please the fans. I also have to watch Squid Games Season 3. I didn't watch it yet. "25 minutes. Alright, I'll need 3 levels so I can craft occultist keys. What the hell is going on, man? I was starting to take so much damage all of a sudden. What the hell is this, man? I don't see shit. What the fuck happened? I just suddenly got overwhelmed by like so much monsters. I don't get it. I always face the wrong way when I do this. Whoops. Everything I got sucks, man. My character was not moving. I don't know why. I was not even stunned. Nothing was working. I think the bug that when you dodge with the character, the bug that I was basically complaining about since a year and a half is still there, man. Okay, my gear is broken. 14 minutes.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
No, that's you. Let me see my mats. $81. Okay, now I have kind of like plenty of them. Hmm. Upheaval, overpower, stun. That's what I don't understand. Why do you have one upheaval here and one upheaval here? Why don't you put all three upheavals on the same thing? Like, example, if I want specifically upheaval size and I still get upheaval overpower stuns for like 0.5 to 0.9, I won't be happy because I won't have the upheaval size, but at the same time, I'm gonna still have something useful because I'm still using upheaval. This is kind of bullshit. I guess. Full size, okay. Like here, if I was not using Mighty Throw and Armor of the Ancients, this would be like bound for failure. Yep. Okay. Me again. Okay, okay.
Don't ruin all that work.
Nightmare Dungeons. Chaos Rift. Ah. Chaos Rifts are so hard. I don't want to do this. Oh, wait a minute. When cutting an enemy to bleed, you have a chance to call critical strike. Yeah, we'll do the bleeding for now, but eventually I will, I don't know. I also feel I didn't get a lot of whispers rewards while doing the hell ties, and usually I get plenty of them just by doing stuff. I can just go around here and just kill stuff. Still that one grim favor. Wait, why do I have 0 potion? I forgot to refill. I forgot to refill. Oh my god. Yeah, I refill. Seven minutes. There's 2 minutes left to the Helltide. All right. All right, time to get back to town. There's only 5 minutes left to the live stream. So what I'm gonna do, I will change the game for Path of Exile 2. That's the thing with multi-streaming. I need to do this on all my... Oh my god. Okay. How do I change my title on Kick? Okay. I will just exit Diablo for now because the game slows down my whole system and I just can't focus. Mod actions? No. Stream info. Edit. Okay, there it is. Okay. I will turn off the music. I will put back Path of Exile. Whoops. Wait a minute. All right, all right, all right. Just put the volume a little bit higher. Drop it here. Let's go. Let's see if the resolution is...
To save all Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice.
Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go.
Show us your strength. Show us the true way. I understand.
Is that... wait. That was a barb. With huge hammers. Wait a minute. That's a new act. Yeah, that's the...
The true Lakura Makoi will rise.
I turn it to 1080p just for the sake of not having it to buffer. Massive skill rework. Sprinting. The druid. Rise of the Abyssal. What the fuck is this? That's the beast, bro. Sprint mechanic, yeah, man.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next
I don't want to pause it, but they did more in 4 months than Diablo did in 2 years, man.
Interlude acts.
This is bigger than the whole Vessel of Hatred DLC, man.
After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal.
I just hope the buffs are not game-breaking, though.
And talk about the new
I like the balance of the game.
Systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
New
After
crafting
that, it's on
system.
the changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's gonna be a
Bro,
big
man.
one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs.
Look at
and
all this,
finish up
man.
With a live Q&A session where
New
ZD
support
will ask
gem
Path of
system?
XL2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, hatch notes.
3 interlude acts,
They're not
cruel
quite
difficulty
complete, but They
removed.
should give you some nice details. to chew
90
on.
new areas?
We've got a lot to cover today. But first, another
3
announcement.
interlude
When the
acts?
third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free
So
weekend for
7
Path of
acts?
XL2. That's right, Path of XL2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
What?
All right, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3.
No
where
shit, it
Yanni
took
has
so
agreed
long to
help you
bring in
find
Path
an
of Exile
ancient
1
weapon that can
DLC,
be
man.
used against corruption.
Season.
The instrument of the third edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch.
King's March, let's
hire a
go.
ship and set sail.
We're
When
getting
you
back.
open the map,
We're going
you can
back, bro.
choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
No, really?
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that
So a
afflicts
little
all
bit
who travel there.
Similar
Perhaps it's
to
related
how
to the
you
wicked
move
you see.
around in the desert, you can go wherever you want, and yeah, there's
Or maybe
no
you will visit the
specific
volcanic
order.
shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Kurui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your soul!
Okay, you're
eight
going
islands to discover,
you're
each
going to
teeming with
lose
its
me
own
for a
flora
few
and
months
fauna.
again, man. That's for sure,
Act
man. What
4
the fuck?
contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas,
100
12
new
bosses,
monster types?
and plenty of other interesting encounters.
Oh.
There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin.
No, just keep them.
The first interlude
Leave
sees
them
you on a
there. It's
journey
alright.
back to
It's cool.
Ogum.
It's cool. It's very cool. Leave them there.
Renly has been leading the
Don't
efforts
remove
to rebuild
anything.
Ogum
Keep
Village
the
after
content, man.
defeat of Count Geonor. But there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You'll discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty.
If you don't want them to
When
be
the
part of
skies
the main
align,
story,
the
just
gifting of water
put them on
requires
side
a
quest. That's
chosen
it.
Sekima
Like
to meet with the
optional
Selkari,
act. You don't have to do
guardians of
them,
the
but
sacred water.
they're still there.
They're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become.
Okay.
Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within?
All landscapes are
Interludes 6
different,
to
man.
7 areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away.
Why?
These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore.
Yeah, but you did
We
craft
do
the
know that it
story
was a
around
pretty big
them,
chore to have to play
so
through
even
the
though
campaign
it's
multiple times on each character. And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is
okay.
available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you
That's
see
fun, though.
monsters.
That's-
That'll break you out of the sprint
that's
so you can
cool.
engage with no danger.
So if you run
do
into
run away
enemies,
from
make sure that you're ready
monsters,
to
just hold
attack, or you're
spacebar.
gonna
You won't
get
be vulnerable during the roll,
tripped.
and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay, What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that without having to compromise on PoE2's more visceral combat systems.
That's perfect.
So that's the new
I like
extensions to
I like the
campaign.
compromise. That's
There's a
awesome.
whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about.
I was
later.
afraid that they would
And that's
bring
because what I wanna talk about
movement
now is the new
that
stuff
would
for your
break
characters.
the
And
pace of
probably
the
one
game,
biggest
just
new
like
systems
zooming
here
everywhere.
is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like.
Oh yeah.
This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Huh.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many
So you can
utility
put
skills
poison on
previously
all your
couldn't
skills
scale
if
to
you
in-game,
want.
because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
I always realized that we couldn't do this, but I never felt it was a big issue. But there's just
There were only 3
more
tiers of
possibilities. That's it.
supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Huh.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use
Okay,
a lot
but all
different
of
spells.
this are buffs.
So
Why
that's
did
pretty
you
good for
buff
upgrades
the?
to the campaign.
I'm gonna wait,
We
but
wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in.
they didn't
think of
remove
these
the.
like unique
That's
items
the
for
only thing I
supports.
hate about the game. It's
There are
like
supports that are only
the
available at endgame, but they're much more powerful.
volatile
Like Wrath's
plants,
Assault.
man.
It's an upgraded version of double barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare, others fairly common. Some of them are build defining, others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives Claire to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another thing you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that.
What do you mean? Armor is the weakest. It's useless.
Types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage.
Okay, it's like a
Items
parry.
can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Okay.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish
warrior love, man.
Multiple fishes.
They're giving love to the warrior.
Potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall
Holy
the hammer
shit,
back
you're
or use
becoming
the skill again if
Thor.
you like. But the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around. Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect,
Nice.
and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
Nice.
And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes.
I just wonder why the warrior is fire oriented all the ways. I feel like it
Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've
feels
got
like a
sprint,
pyromancer
we
than
don't
a.
have cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE.
Holy shit.
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
Hello, Jin. Hello. Welcome in. Salut.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
Oh, nice! Nice, nice,
Great for
nice.
bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon.
I am
Massively
excited like a
buffs
kid,
damage.
man.
It also
Look,
now
I'm not coming
scales your
now,
weapon
apparently.
damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Kurui that would make Tukohama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more.
Sorry guys, I had to ban...
You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon.
Cool.
This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
I wish I could just delete a comment that
Another
showing
issue
there.
on the
It's
Mercenary were
annoying.
banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen.
I
so
will
the Brute
test
Warcry can
so
detonate
many,
them too.
so many characters, man. I'm gonna play them all, man.
The
They
nerf
all
was changed
seem
to work on
amazing,
corpses
man.
of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And there's no new jump
Aggressor.
ability, allowing you to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Nice.
There's also a lot of new
Cool.
spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row. So you can
Oh,
keep
really?
the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy
Oh,
previously
man.
did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character. A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Oh my god, thank you!
And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
That was one of the things that was annoying me, is because I had to
Also
use
wanted to
3
make switching
skills to
between
buff
different
like the
weapons
specific
smoother,
element that I
so you
wanted
can use
to
different elements
use.
of staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now, we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
Holy shit!
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode.
So there's now purpose of becoming an elementalist and not having just one specific element.
And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Kaboom!
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Full Palpatine! Let's go, man! That's the best reference.
Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too.
Good lord, man. There's
On the
so
passive
much
tree, we added
content.
quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section.
They're not even half of
Here are a
the
couple of
presentation,
examples.
by the way.
The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Chaos
The Ritual
fireballs,
Cadence
holy
keystone causes your
shit!
invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes, like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different traits.
Even more Palpatine!
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
One
Or
life per
the
day.
Cunning
What the?
Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives, so we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Holy shit.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not even half of the presentation, man.
Rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content, and the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table.
Can you review one metal song after the presentation?
Mastery of forbidden magics
Of course.
and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures.
Okay, so there's new quests from the same places. Holy shit.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself.
Oh, that's
This
interesting.
means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
That's still much better than the Dawn of the Hunt, man.
If you are able to kill them all, the
The spirit animals was okay, but I mean,
As
that was
each
very
pit is
temporary.
closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Huh.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
Lichborn.
Exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Alborn. Yeah, what about
You
that?
can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
They added new
After
areas
clearing
from
through
an
this area,
actual
you'll find
act
the
that was
Well of
already there.
Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it.
It reminds
in the
me
form of a choice
when
of
you have
3
to throw
different
your
modifiers.
bow into the fairy fountain
you've
in
chosen your desired
Zelda
mod,
A Link to the
throw it in,
Past.
where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you.
That's exactly the same
These
thing.
modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic, so what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When
Holy
underground,
shit, bro,
every
man.
single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
Bro, this league
Another
is
depth
huge,
specific
man.
outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple.
Sponsor has
Kill
a
this
kind of like a
commander and destroy
xenomorph
the
feel
spire.
to it.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many
Oh,
times.
that looks great.
Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Oh, but that's just a reskinned Candlemas
Given some of the new
altar,
bosses
though.
added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild
I know it's a map,
sandstorm.
but you know what I mean.
3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome,
That's
you'll
cool.
encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
Huh.
Another example is this Vaal Vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get
It's like
inside?
finding a key in Super Mario
Running
World.
the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
Okay.
For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas,
We have
maps, and
drops
waystones.
on.
But what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The
question.
first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
Let me check.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis.
My drops are on, but I don't know if
The rest of the points for each content come
there's
from
a
the
drop
Pinnacle content. But
specifically.
we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties,
Yep, the drops
instead
are
of
on.
wanting to
Yes,
run
I
the
will.
content,
I will
you're often
put it
better
in
off
the
just
title.
selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each
Thanks, buddy.
content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items.
I was not aware
Instead
there
of
was
using
drops for
the
this.
singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost.
There you go. Drops
This
on.
means
Let's go.
if you want to run easier difficulties,
I don't know if it's the same thing on Kick.
which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from
Of course not,
citadels.
because it's my first stream.
The
I'm not
second,
even.
Uber Arbiter, requires
I'm not even
Calamity
affiliated
fragments.
on Kick or whatever.
These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once
I
you've
am a
allocated
dirt.
the maximum number of points in
I'm
your
in the
boss
dirt.
Atlas tree, ensuring those
trash.
Citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with Pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said Pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
Bro,
On top
that's
of these new core
huge.
crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in in-game, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
It's like the opposite of corruption.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight, and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one.
Bro, that new crafting system is insane.
It's finally
It's
here.
fixing so many
The
issues
moment we've
while
all
not
been
being
waiting
the
for.
same thing as in Path of
Fully
Exile 1.
Asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it
Yeah, like
requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are
Also,
either
we're not in
AFK
2005
or just
anymore.
can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please.
If the player have the item in his trading stash, you can just go in the stash and buy the item. That's it.
Assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline,
Straight up
Faustus has handed
fixed.
down his knowledge and expertise to Ange.
Instant.
And she is now ready to take over.
The
his
item is in
business.
that stash, all right? It opens the
If you
stash,
have
you
a
buy the
hideout
item, you
unlocked
go.
already,
That's it, and you
you
leave.
can
The
immediately
only issue
invite
that
her there.
can
If you
happen
don't
with
have a
this is
hideout yet,
hackers.
You will need to acquire one. You can
They
do
can
this
open
by
your stash and
completing
just
a
take all your
quest to
items without
defeat one of
paying.
the
That
bosses
could be an
inhabiting
issue,
an
but I
island
think
in
they thought about that.
allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs.
Yep.
And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Yeah, it was annoying, man.
Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items.
So
such as
they don't go
exalted
in
orbs
your
or
stash.
chaos
They
orbs.
use an in-game system.
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while
From the
there,
merchant
if you
and
want,
not from the
browse their
player.
other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
So
You'll
you're
notice that as a
converting
buyer,
your
on top
item
of the
into
currency the seller
an
set for the
in-game
price,
shop
it
item
also costs gold to purchase an
temporarily.
item, as Ange has bills to pay after all.
like you would buy from, you
As
know,
a seller,
the
you'll
sellers
immediately
in
receive a
towns or whatever.
notification when an item of yours
That's
is
how they
sold.
fixed it. No
You can
hacking.
also see an
Nice.
effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
They found a way to fix my
As many
exactly what I
people
just
already
said.
acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here on the website. But
Which
only
means that
you
if an
purchase those
hacker
tabs
managed to take the
before
item, you will
release of
still
the
get
third
the
edict.
price because the merchant
clarify,
is using
the
it.
existing trade
The
system will
merchant is
remain fully
managing this.
intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system.
Yeah, of
We
course.
expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Okay,
Today,
that's
we're launching two
that's
new series of supporter packs.
the shinies.
The Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
At least that's what I don't mind
Justice series of supporter
those packs in Battle
contains
Exile.
6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does
Oh,
so.
that's so Elden Ringy,
This
man.
ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of
Yeah.
scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
You know what? I don't mind this because
The Griffin
it's
fledgling
just
pet will
screen
be a
clutter. I don't
courageous
care about this.
companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge.
Damn, I don't want more
Like a
FPS
true
drops on my
eternal
shit
god, You can
PC.
float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your head.
That's way too much, man. I do understand why people would want this
As a
in the game,
Trathan
but
executioner,
I
you're
don't
the
think it
perfect
adds
master for
anything to the
ever-hungry
experience.
Carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will
It's just
swoop down
shiny
and
stuff.
eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel
Because
Trathan
of course,
Executioner
when you have an
cloak
armor
will
set, you're
shroud
way
you in
more
skulls
brutal.
as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown.
The thing with skins,
After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Triforce. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A.
Thank you.
But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles, after a absolutely monumental reveal.
Oh damn, the sound is so bad.
Suitably juicy Q&A session for you, probably like 2 hours or something, so grab a cuppa, grab a snack and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one too. fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So, you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it
Yeah, audio is awful.
But we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last.
Does this sound good on your end, guys?
Pretty shocked to see how much is in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is, you know, having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a like, you know, what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who, you know, are not necessarily the in-game players as well, because you've got all of the, you know, the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right,
where we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
Like, this
we
is
had a
T1,
tier
this is
list.
T2.
We
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem.
Yeah, just
things in there like, you know,
raise the gain a bit.
performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual, you know, game content. And
I mean,
all
the
this kind
very
of stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was, you know, campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, you know, we've got to solve that. So you know, things like that were just like we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost.
Do you have questions, guys? I can send questions for you if you have any questions.
However,
obviously, you know, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. You know, we had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So yeah, that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was
The druid,
case,
okay, they're
for
addressing
2
it.
months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here, and obviously like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point we realized, like, you know, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut, because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but you know, we've got the philosophy now of like, we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in, so therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for you know, when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like, you know, there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and you know, we'll get to it. But yeah, more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and you know, make sure, you know, obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shape-shifting, getting it looking and feeling right,
no, I mean, it's
really
a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So you know, it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be, yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each class.
That is true.
Too, which
that is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
helping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling the most
Well, I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind of a pretty glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say
It
that
is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
It's
So
real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that.
that
going on.
people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute
The
to the
volume
feeling of
just went
exploration
up.
to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you got that, you need to start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like, we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also, I think, will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part. Like that's still a problem that we want to improve. But like it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like, obviously when you start, you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to
just
solve.
a lack of direction, right?
Right.
Nothing's there's not enough like really guiding you. Like, the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like, I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like, this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like, it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like,
of course you got the league now in endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
The Wisps were Wisps, sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like, wasn't
not a full-fledged
not what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people
that's what I said
may not
about
really even know what a
the
league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of end game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, so, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed, but it's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We depending when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do, but in this case, it comes in the form of the Waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the Waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040, though. Like, that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now, though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you even...
Some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately.
Bro, there's people asking so dumb questions like, does the league have challenges with rewards? Like, why do you spam this, man? Are you stupid?
Now, you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now, I wanted to change it so that you can get, like... if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still. But it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so we will be addressing
softcore, of course. I want to get used to the mechanics before I dive in.
Currently, it seems like almost no matter what you do,
they changed so much. They changed so much. I'm not stupid
because we have bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep.
Could I be stupid?
Vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing.
Well, I mean, I still want
love hardcore, man.
That does that. I just think that it needs to work differently.
It sharpens my skills.
I guess the issue seems to come down to from
keeps
what I
you
see, and maybe chat might have other things that they
on
mentioned
edge all the time.
Towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way
you try hardcore gauntlet in PoE1.
Something sucks before you even run it, and that's
PoE1. I won't even dare to go hardcore, man.
If you're running maps that
I always die to the very first boss all the fucking time, man.
And so I feel bad.
It's insane.
I just have to get to the next tower.
There's no movement skills that much in PoE1,
but you know that two towers.
Like you zoom, but you can't dodge anything really. You just move around and
tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like, you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like, the reason you have random drops is because like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So
you're
need
not
that, like,
human, man.
element more. So yeah, there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like, I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't, like, you know when it already sucks, as I said. Like, it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like, there will need to be some approach to solving the, like, making it more controllable, like it, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like, because of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
Level 69 last boss was so close. Oh, that sucks, bro.
Another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing, and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to
yeah, for those who don't know, they have a huge 80-inch screen right in front of them with
like
all the
control,
chat.
Choose your maps a little bit more, or
and there's a guy on the back that drops the questions like on an 80-inch screen in front of them. That's why they can see all the questions.
The fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get.
You can actually see it very when he goes a little bit on the right.
With, you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is
when he turns his face nice. On the right, you can see the screen in his glasses.
Fine. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting.
And as I said, that stuff, if you take some notes, there's not even campfire chats anymore. They're doing Discord lives.
Like the same like base area. It means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome.
They're hiding the campfire chats now because they know they're going to fumble.
Because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas. But we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff. And like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just keeping, like, juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what I'm. It already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered.
The new end game will be much more interesting to do for me with everything that they added.
Like we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no like, you know, like different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like, like a single goal of like, you know, someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, you know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, you know, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, you know, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for you know, just like for a relatively short
only
period
need
of time.
20 areas. I think we can pull this
like,
off, right?
Fast as a character, you're like rushing through, you know, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, you know, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, you know, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Crawl. I mean, like we never wanted Crawl to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously, you know, something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something. You know, you get to the Act 1 Crawl, and you're like, I've know all this content. You're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good. And then you're like, oh.
The issue with Crawl is it's because there's only 3 acts.
If you
could do the campaign all over again with all the complete story, like I think it wouldn't have felt the same.
You know, the new acts. Like,
hey, thank you so much for the follow, Shabby.
Well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural, and you know.
I wouldn't have a problem with Cruel if it was not just the same 3 acts all over again.
Just did this like, you know, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. You know, it's like just too short of a time. Where but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you know, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places.
With an account created 2 minutes ago.
Jonathan was talking about how, you know,
suspicious user, ban invasion. No, thank you.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, you know, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because like there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft comes from 1.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, you know, like, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude.
I always get the blue balls, bro. I always get new followers, but it's all bots,
man. Do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another.
Bots and scammers.
You know, like who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each, and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then, you know.
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, you know, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds.
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
Yeah,
I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept, like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all 3 of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has
you can buy runes now. That's cool.
You have to find this for yourself. One of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it. Find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones. But...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about.
Yeah. Okay.
So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
maybe a bit of discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
The all 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like because.
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Yeah. Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here. So it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like, we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like they're quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that at a level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, where it was like right at endgame, you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this, obviously, is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like, you know, the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little
Oh no.
bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well, just because, like, as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like, sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So you know, if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But like that.
There's a fun risk reward to using it that way though. Like if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you get knocked down.
But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like, you know, sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like, you know, like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything.
The sprint is just one of the best additions to the game.
There were a bit of like, you know, good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. You know, there's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants, like, obviously you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive and whatnot. So like, you know, there's a simpler way to now, you know, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so you know there's some of that going on as well, that maybe when you speak into all that you have more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see. You know,
actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too, like you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what, so this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like, there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues, like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that, you know, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll.
I like that the new sprint is not like super fast, but it's not like useless either. So it's a good compromise.
Like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's you know, obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
What happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0 to 0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like. And generally speaking, like even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So you know, we tried it; it works. That's really what it comes down to, right? So you know, that as long as that's the case, then you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where you know, we're just it's all just like. Even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over.
I love this guy. He didn't agree, but he tried and it worked.
Yes, this was a good compromise, like 100%.
He's always pushing back things at first, but he always bends. Like he always, you know,
through it, let alone
bends to it at some point.
There's heaps of iterations with these kind of things,
and he's willing to try new stuff to make sure
realistic,
if he's not wrong,
that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well. There's a whole bunch. So you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that, and you know, it feels like a compromise, and you're uneasy about it. You know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry.
Because when you do those things, like example, removing limitations, you can open a Pandora's box of breaking everything. Like everything becomes way too strong.
What we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important. And so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't.
And you have to rebalance everything after the fact, and that's what it's like expensive, and that's why it takes a long time.
In my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030.
Because Duo is epic, man.
Content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one.
But they're passionate about their game, and it shows, man.
Seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun.
Yeah, because people will still play around this. They won't just, the example, like if you have poison, nobody will just put poison everywhere, and if they do, like who cares?
You do still
be fair,
like you end up with a lot of variety.
You might shoot yourself in the foot if you put the same everywhere, because
in the end, it feels like the concern that we
might not be that good at some point, you know,
and that's why it's really important.
You want to mix and match and synergize.
Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So yeah, like I'm really glad we tried that one because yeah, it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like okay. So you know. Something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything. It was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's the sum of all these small individual things. And honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the Warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the Warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element, so you're never going to use cross element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool, because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the.
That's also one of the best improvements they did from being an elementalist instead of just being one.
I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and, you know, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, you know, we really want to make sure that, you know, it actually works. But so that kind of stuff, it's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because, like,
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast, or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like, if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah, so, nice. So finally a good solve for that, instead of being
I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time. But so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes... we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster.
I hope if they will ask one of my questions. I asked like 4 questions, and they didn't address any of them.
In the footage, like you saw the boss getting chunked from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunder, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good.
Pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy,
it takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits.
That's cool.
And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the vaulting days, vaulting impact, And then you have, if you have staggering palm up and a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days was like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? Like it never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, we kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
That's crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
But also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for, there's this thing that does a thing I don't what is it called? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Google it.
Yeah. Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yes. But
that's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember to build
crate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that. And there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's like. I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is there's not many games like that really that.
I don't really think I get that as much from Piri 1 anymore, but Piri 2 is getting that.
I guess so. But that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, for sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that like was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good like way to phrase this really, but it's like so. I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
official term,
and then instead drops higher level ones, but less often. So the kind of the idea is that it's like we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and the kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we're actually we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff because of the way that works are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can. And split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Exactly. Nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like one 6-link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 021.
That is a good point, actually. Yes, like so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which was a decent time into 02, the 02X, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
Yeah. So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in a 020, like the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and. Is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant to be
exactly
kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that O2X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Early
So
access, okay,
we went back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also, inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand staff skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. It's not you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like kind of you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
yeah.
He talks so much. I'm having a hard time to put in some input.
Should be a lot
and I don't
want
to pause it because at some point it's going to reload back
and we've
there.
added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh, cool,
for those who were at the OG or the second Exile Con. So that's been removed off Chronomancer and a new.
They get on my nerves. Why?
And, so
they're answering questions.
There are a bunch of other ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover. Just balance things and so.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit. But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalists, it seems.
Every class got changes.
Yeah,
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one that we were like some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every
annoying
single class
voices. They're from New Zealand.
So I think it seemed
give
that
them a
you
break.
get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively you get now there's effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
no.
Yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind we've sort of rearranged everything, right? Because we've got now what we've got is we've got things that level up.
Especially the one on the right.
Effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this kind of and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
Yeah. I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there, but I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and...
well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new. Every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and interlude, and then in game for essences. So like, there's a lot of like, you get to Act 4 and you get a new tier. You get a whole bunch of new base types. You get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like, you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of... mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling. Around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So
what you mean? 2 legends right there. 2 legends right there. What do you mean, Sarah?
When we post the patch notes,
everybody gang on Sarah.
Relatively correct.
What do you mean?
We like to tweet these things all the way through to the end based on testing, so we'll see how it goes, but yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool.
Let's just bully Sarah out of complaining.
But I know that conversely you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player soul?
I only see one psychic.
From something like
only one legend
for leech applying to elemental. Like ideally,
because the guy on the right is the most annoying.
You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with, to at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters.
Darth is a legend, true. Oh my god!
Now it was to extreme. Obviously, so that's come down, but it is still you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least, so that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus.
See how nice I am.
Can't remember all the values,
the nicest.
6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff. You're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. and you know, all of a sudden the triggers are just like goodbye all your mana, and then you have, you know, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than, you know, whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now. Yeah,
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously,
he keeps hating me. I don't know why. I don't know why I keep coming here. Oh my god!
Please, can more of you be?
I want a PoE zip hoodie. Yeah, man. They look good.
We have the system. Let's just.
They seem nice.
Bloody get it done.
So I don't know why I live. Oh my god, so dramatic.
But, let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. You know, this has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Yeah. Because you know you can do every theory that you want, but you know when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of players that are now.
No, Sarah, you good? Yeah.
And then like,
YOLO.
I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items?
I just wish you would answer at least one of my questions. Just one.
And that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, well, sorry, guys, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as you're first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, yeah, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear, like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of, well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like, high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because, that in order to be able to flip items, you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can, it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like, seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
not
exactly
much for
right.
A player, it's a lot for a botter.
That's the thing. Yeah, sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different, because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like, I honestly have no idea really. Like, I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like, I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like, I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like, it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So yeah, normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items, like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time, people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a flaw before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like, you know, that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So, you know, like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and you got to.
I'm not used to kindness. Oh my god!
So we actually
drama queen. It's insane.
Effectively, there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there's a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance to.
You can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining.
Remove it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But you know, we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that repricing.
The bait and switch is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But
5c again.
On the other hand,
still want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a bigger fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind of like presence of
they get to check out your kind of like garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
So also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so
we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of a hideout. The VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like, a lot of time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
But even stuff like
the 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So you're like getting the nice organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can,
people's ASCII art.
So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Okay, no, I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it.
What have I done to you?
Probably should.
Yeah.
I don't hate anyone. It's all love.
You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer, and then you get nothing, and you're like,
He's like, he hates everybody in the chat. He doesn't care for
just like popping into your friends list.
Yes, I hate everyone.
Doing it too,
all the time, nonstop. I hate
far more,
everyone.
like, physically a thing that you can do now. It's like
You're all making me
really exciting.
physically ill.
But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE 2 before we look at putting it into PoE 1.
No wonder you're
so we get a chance to. Someone's phone.
I will be able to go full Palpatine in the new update, man. What do you expect? I'm going full Palpatine for this, man.
And so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE 1. Like, there's no way people won't.
Oh, that's
it'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
ultimately that. Well, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess. Yeah. Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree.
They are addressing what I said earlier.
So many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right. Yeah, exactly.
And
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need
Stars
to
War and Palpatine.
I was like, well, tier 1 uniques cost $1 billion gold.
I'm bad, man.
Apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things,
je déteste moi. I hate everyone.
Oh no, the inflation, like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get. That'll happen up there, so you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold.
Hello.
The dust in PoE 1, I imagine.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes. Right. So you can't sell a Chaos Orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah, exactly.
Currency exchanges for fungible, stackables, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
So,
to be fair, if they want to fix the economy, they should put a hard cap on the divines that you can hold in your stash.
Can just be done through this, right?
Because you can't buy an item that is more expensive than the maximum amount of divines you can hold, right? And I feel like that's what causes the inflation. Like there's more and more divines everywhere, so people are selling stuff for more and more divines. It's just ridiculous.
Stuff we can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do.
Okay. So your premium stash tabs, if you bought any, you can transfer them to the merchant.
Seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So yeah, you can fully just convert them, and that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE 1.
Small land survive the wild.
There will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE 1 doesn't have.
I don't even know what that is.
They won't show up.
Hello.
Which is a bit annoying, but once it gets added to PoE 1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take.
I'm psychic the translator. Let's go.
The question of will functionality of the trade site be in game?
He's got the same IQ as the AI. You need to ask him twice to get the right answer.
Had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it to 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience because, the typing, web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So, if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something in game.
Console.
And here's the thing: I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
a console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap. right? So like like typing with a
But
phone is just
often,
easier.
often you don't have to type anything in text in these
It's
searches,
true,
though,
it's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just
Yeah.
that like it isn't quite
There's
done.
a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
It is a feature that we
it's in
will do.
progress.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, I wouldn't want to say no, that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration.
Always looking a little bit later.
Very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously are a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out, let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE 1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
another question here is like when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they it is technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better. In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift. And things are looking pretty good, but still more to do. But that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. Ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But hopefully the full OS freezes will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
We made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up.
There go, bonne soirée, guys. Comme ça, bonne soirée, tu vas revenir. She's gonna be back, guys. Don't listen to her.
There's a couple of locations that we couldn't find a adequate solution for that had to get cut. But we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby. And overall, things should just be significantly improved over what we had in the past. So yeah, like it's really
all my streaming tools are on that screen.
Stuff, so
where else do you want me to look at?
A big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, so one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual
yes, because I have my multi-chat here, I have my OBS on here, and on the other side here I have my Kick and YouTube
that kind of thing. So
windows here with all my statistics.
So that it should be fine now. But
and also I have the actual stream.
We could,
and I dropped this.
We need to make sure that we're.
I have the stream here that we're watching. I have the chat on all the way opposite here, and I'm reading the chat there, and I'm asking questions to the devs.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way?
T'as pas juste signé, mais t'as pas commenté.
It was never really the case that people really explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So we'll have to see. Honestly, I have to see how it goes. Like we'll have to see for that. But yeah, like it's.
You can do all you want, Sarah. This live is not.
We probably need to get that in there at some point. But
it's not. It's his life, not yours.
Good, like get the people testing them, and then.
C'est ma vie, pas la tienne.
We'll make sure.
It's my life.
We'll circle back.
It's now or never.
What do we need to tutorialize?
I don't want to live forever.
Like a zombie chase.
I just want to live when I'm alive.
I have to think about that. See,
it's my life.
The reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this. Then they literally won't. So,
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes like something that's so important.
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive.
Arrête de l'embêter, madame, puis sinon il va rester célibataire à vie. Ouais, c'est déjà bien parti, j'ai même pas de choix en plus.
You go to this site and do this.
But also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
For purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like
Voilà, tout de suite elle fuit avant.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time. So that'll sync a few more exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, like you see 969, you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena. And it's like, that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. Yeah. You still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, you're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1, and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious to see.
I have no idea honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. Yeah. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would think
awkwardness.
Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
It'd be cool if you
use
could
the currency exchange in the other person's hideout. It's the same NPC, right?
That would.
I actually genuinely don't don't if you can use other people's ones. But there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, we can make that work.
I feel like that'd be good if not.
So we can make it work.
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do that.
Chat says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can. I genuinely am like, have I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout.
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we moved it to her. Yeah.
And are they both the long neck boy? Or wait,
no.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
That's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns. I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
for the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players. Technically,
no, but subsequent in the same league.
In the same league, yeah. Per league, you have to. You have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000 or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we did Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that, yeah.
It was like, so
we're not quite there.
1 or 2 other time. Not quite there, but obviously
it's just as bad. It's just as bad. To be fair, I'm only counting one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes. So, maybe it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true. Yes. True. Well, either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
for
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a
Man,
difficult thing to do.
the mid-league nerfs, like, people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like, it's just if
you get on it fast
enough,
enough,
yes, you have to get on it so fast, basically, to make it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, and you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend, if certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I, and stuff like that, obviously we'll, support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that. So like this stuff does get around and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff. That's now,
true.
In that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to. Some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less. And over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a Lightning Spear this whole time and doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so making it that you don't like, if the worst was only slightly worse than the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful. You're just not, I feel like or can. Then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll. You're just like, well, that's demotive. Like I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that. We eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible. Make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really. And yeah, keep bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell,
Yeah.
because at the point where, like, it's what Mark
it's
said
too far
earlier,
gone.
like you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't, like, by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've
they've
invested their
invested in
wealth,
stuff, right? Like, you
and
can't,
now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point.
And
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally all of them will.
Yeah.
Well, probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like, they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
PoE1 went through the same thing.
Yeah,
still happens there
I
as
think
well.
part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were.
Yeah.
And so, like, I feel like as more information is there, like, people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Yeah, exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little bit. Like, we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like, I remember like some of the stuff that was happening here. So, but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
Yes.
With your 1500
that
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes in some case, where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also has, is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes. And so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's a kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, there's like so much going on there though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day because
nice.
Trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one.
Oh shit, you're live. Yeah, I've been live for 6 hours.
Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of
what's up,
defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree.
I send notifications on Discord.
Do you think
it's there for this reason?
There's any other fundamental?
How's the meeting? It's great, man. To be fair, man, you're going all to suffer the Path of Exile 2 wave in the next few weeks, man. I'm diving back in.
They can
so hard, man.
Still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part. Yeah,
Smith of Catava was alleviating that, and
they are talking about the armor.
It's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and thus go Smith of Catava. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side.
I don't know. I was talking. I missed the question. I think it was my question, or someone else asked the same question.
One part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like
armor,
it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously, we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this.
And next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like.
I will need to go back to the presentation after.
We need to better embrace that
and go watch and hear again the question and the answer because I think I missed it.
Specifics, the patch notes I'm sure will tell you.
Hello, Dave.
It's like anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear,
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally. Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with double the life of the other your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your All the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way just predictable is huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? And you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then, you could have that and have deflection be 20%. And then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea. And thus you get to have both. And you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable. And evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, that's great. And with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%. And I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
And good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like, you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next PoE2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines, like there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are
however, it's certainly like it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like it's difficult, but like it's so much better to commit to the date, and just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We
now 2 games to
do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a little more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time. You need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right? That has to happen. Otherwise you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, you have to, at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. So
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
isn't right. It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, Seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon.
The patch notes are out.
Two random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. In chance we get mercenaries in PoE 2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon. I would say. Like,
Yeah,
that's more
it
of a
seems like
later
a much,
thing. I would
much
say.
later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like. It's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters. They have a lot of
mercenaries,
impacts.
bring them. It's awesome. Mercenaries are great in those games, man.
It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in PoE 1?
Well, I mean,
as allies, like in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about PoE 2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE 2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE 1 or when, but there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in PoE 1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty cool. Big change. Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE 2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so, maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from that being like in a much better state. But these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a rower mount? There's like the rower sprint.
So there actually was a plan for that, but
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster. It slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. To
the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more competitive. So that it is more competitive.
So rower is faster, yeah.
But you can speak out. You can, I believe, speak out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes. So it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You'd like teleport and start sprinting the same way that you always
it won't. I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Okay.
Like
I believe
if you sprint,
Am I
blink,
wrong about
sprint.
that? I feel like I was trying this literally yesterday.
What do you mean? Sorry.
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
yes,
no, that's how it works.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
You don't even know how the sprint works.
Yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances?
Well, if you sprint and then you dodge.
Wait,
I'm not sure if you can sprint again. It's gonna stop.
No. You resist first and then you mitigate.
I don't
armor.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that.
It's the one that means the
Just
values have to
arguing
be
how
higher,
systems
so,
work, man.
Which means it's the order and where it's the less effective one, so because the values are
Is it
quite
the
high
resistance
and
first
juicy as
or
a result,
the?
yes.
Okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's armor first,
pre-mitigation.
then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into playing.
Alors, le PTR, j'ai joué 1 heure, puis après on a embarqué là-dessus. Ça fait.
Q&A here, very fun.
For how long was that?
Like half an hour, honestly.
Yeah, so I feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating.
Bro, it's been 4 hours.
Our first Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes,
It's been 4 hours. This is we're watching this.
I think that helped. People went like, "Stop holding them hostage."
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well. Yeah.
See you later.
Okay, now I will answer your question. So, what about the PTR? After watching this, I don't even want to go back to the PTR. That's how good this will be. Yep. D4 bad, man. There's no way around it. Happy 3.0 launch, everyone. Stay cute, chat, people. Oh, that was a lot to take in, man. Like, this is, like, just when they showed, like, let me just go back. Okay, wait a minute. Isle of Exile. Two years ago. Okay, the content reveal. That was before.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's...
Okay, just look at this, okay? Just look at this. Act 4. 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, 3 new interlude acts. They're smaller acts, but they all 19 new areas, 12 new bosses. So those 3 small acts has the same amount of content, even a little bit more than the whole Act 4. The new league, Rise of the Abyssal. There's a new crafting system, 4 new bosses. The new Abyssal activity is the Earth is opened, is ripped open, and the dead comes from the necropolis from under the Earth, and you need to close back the fissures, and you need to kill the monster that comes out of it. And inside of the fissure, there's the abyssal spawn, and it's like some kind of a huge monstrosity monster, and it feeds on the other monsters. And when you kill enough of them, he comes out of it because you're killing his food, and he tries to kill you. And when you kill it, you have a chest that drops with rewards, and you can collect the bones of it. And sometimes you have a special fissure, and you can go back down in it, and you can actually go to a brand new dungeon from the undercities of the necropolis, and you can have a full dungeon of undead, and it's just like under it. That's just for the league. By the way, there's a lot of other things in the league. The new crafting system is basically like in Zelda A Link to the Past, when you drop your weapons into the Fountain of the Fairy and she gives it back to you with new powers. It's the exact same thing. When you free a necropolis, you have some kind of like a weird green, some kind of like underworld lake, and you are on a cliff, and you drop your weapon that you infuse with the bone that you collected, and you can put a new affix on your item that is specific for the season mechanic. New balance. All classes are buffed. 150 new notables and 12 new skill gems. Now there's no more limitations on the skill gem that you can put on your skills. So, like, as an example, prior, if you wanted poison on your skills, you could have only one poison infused gem, and then you would add like the, I don't know, like the poison, like the I don't remember the name, and like plague thing that just buffs the poison of the first skill gem. Now you can put the poison skill gem on every skill if you want. There's no more one only skill gem limitation. The new support gem system, yeah, the support gems. So you can multiple copies of the same support gem here. There's 4 lineage support gems. I will need to go, and there's so much stuff, man. There's so much stuff. The new trading system, you don't need the website anymore. All your premium stash tabs can be transferred to an in-game merchant, and the merchant will handle the in-game trading for you. So you just put the item in the trading system of the merchant, you put the price, you press enter, you leave, and when it sells, you have the currency that pops in the merchant. You talk to the merchant, he gives you the money. You don't have to deal with people and, are you online? I'm going to meet you there. Please trade, whatever. Now, you transfer your tab in the merchant. You drop your items in there. You set the prices. You said, okay, done. You leave, you go, you do something else. So you come back to your hideout sometimes, you know, like from time to time to check on your merchant. Is it sold? Okay. Oh, I have 500 divines in my stash. Okay, now I can put it. This is going to be so much easier. And my issue with the trading, at first, it was like, the issue with trading when you're using stash tabs, it could be like the same problem that we got before, you know, like there's like hackers that goes in your account, go into your stash tabs and just steal all your shit, right? So if the other players have access to your stash tabs to select the items they want and buy them, there's nothing that prevents you from, you know, taking the items from you. But since now it's handled by an in-game merchant, it's not your stash tabs, it's the merchant stash tabs. Like the same thing that if you buy from the village merchant. So they made the system so that it seems, and that's how I understand it, it converts your items into a merchant item, and the in-game price, instead of being gold like you would buy all other stuff, it's the price that you yourself set, and once it's sold, it transferred the currency on your side. So it's some kind of like a fail-safe. New sprinting mechanics. Now when you dodge, if you hold the dodge button after you dodge, your character starts sprinting. And the reason why they did this is because they didn't want to put like moving mechanics like in Path of Exile 1 that you can just zoom around, because it breaks the purpose of, like they said, you know, like the meaningful battles with the monsters. So they did a compromise. They added the sprinting so you can move around the map when there's no monsters much easier. And if you encounter monsters, you will need to stop sprinting to fight, because if you sprint through the monsters and one of them hit you, you fall on your knees because they're going to trip you. So you just fall down and you trip and you fall. So that's the compromise. And I love this. This is great. It's going to make you think about how you sprint, how you escape like situations or whatever. 25 new end-game maps that corresponds to the new, of course, the new act, the new areas or whatever. I didn't pay attention as much at the end game because the end game is not what, you know, des jambettes. No, c'est ça. Si tu cours dans les milieux des monstres, ils te font des jambettes, tu colles la caractère, man. They showed a sprint, support sprinting. There you go. This is like 1 minute.
Each character. And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
That's amazing, man. I love this. It's crazy good, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great compromise, man. I love it. Support gems. Now there's more. There's new. I will need to watch this again, like on my own, man, and just analyze and man. It's crazy, man. Like there was only 3 tiers of skill gems before, support gems. Now there's 5 tiers, and they added levels to some of them. Yep. Yep, and penalties from, like, example, brutality does more damage but slows you down. The tier 2 will slow you down a little bit less. So that's how they buffed it, but they buffed it with increments. It's very good the way they did it. I think it makes much more sense. So example, like they give the specific example as double shot, the double barrel. Like you do double damage, but you have 30% more reload time. Well, if you do the double barrel level 2, instead of 30%, it's 20%. And when you get to tier 4, like you have Ricochet 3 here, you can see this here. Like you have they cooked, man. Skill changes. Most skill gems, they dropped the stats requirements by 25%. So as an example, to use I don't know, like perfect strike, it required you to have, I don't know, like 65 strength or whatever. Well, now it's going to be like 52. And the reason why they did this is because they realized that people were putting way more points into stats instead of passives, just to be able to use the skills, and it prevented them to put more points into passive that would have actually improved their build in the long run. So they did this just to buff the classes a little bit more. So it's not a huge change, but just enough so that you don't have to waste all your skill points in your passive tree for stats, basically. This is all the skill change, the Rise of the Abyssal. So that's what I was talking about. Like, you have like
fissures have been sealed.
Yeah, fissures in the ground.
The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
Oh yeah, probably not gonna be hardcore for
the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense.
Yep, and...
Complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn.
The intros are between each act. So between Act 1 and 2, between Act 2 and 3, and between Act 3 and 4. And like they explained it, it's a very linear act. So like they said, don't expect an act as big as, an actual act. Well, actually, it's going to be as big as an actual act because it's the same amount of areas as one act, but separated in 3 small instances. And it's basically 3 small side stories that are not really relevant to the whole plot, so that they will be able to take them out after the fact and reuse them in the end game without changing the narrative of the game. So everything that they used in the side stories for the interludes will be reused in the end game. So they're not wasting anything. And also the quest is just basically, oh, this guy is making trouble, go and kill him. You know, like something like that. So it's basically, it makes your travel, like, it just brings your travel from Act 1 to 2. It's what happens when you're traveling from one act to the other, basically. So that's why it's shorter. To be fair, I wish they would keep this, because I think it's a good way of just, you know, okay, before I jump in a huge act, there's a little bit like, okay, a little bit breathe off, you know, like just a little side story to clear, and then, okay, we arrived at the desert, right? It's not really a big deal, like, if they remove it or whatever. I just feel like if you bring content to the game, you can keep it, or you could just put this as a side act. Like, you don't have to do it. No, it's optional. That would be cool as well.
These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
A jawbone, as you can see, the bones here.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item.
So that's what I was talking about. So when you infuse the bone on your item, it gives you a special runed affix, a magical affix. But as you can see, you don't know what it is. It is encrypted.
But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
Yep, and it's called... Let me just try to get the name of the...
Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area.
The Lightless Passage.
This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. This area is this area. Find the Well of Souls.
And the Well of Souls, that's what I was talking about. That's what I said. This is the tribute to Zelda. This is for sure Zelda, man.
A giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you.
It also reminds me of Soul Reaver.
So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Yep. So basically, now you can decrypt your rune, you know, your new magical effects. You select the one you want, rune forging, yeah, kind of. And once you're ready, you just throw it in the fountain, the fairy fountain, like in A Link to the Past. And
once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that can...
And there's a creature from the pit that just goes, fetch your item, and throws it back to you.
...not normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
Yeah, more spirit to your staffs. And also, there's another skill that reloads your crossbows when you dodge roll. So you dodge roll, and while you're dodge rolling, you're putting a bolt in your crossbow.
Or this one that allows you to generate.
Okay. The end game changes. The end game changes. There's a lot of changes in the end game. Like there's a bunch of new areas, but also there's a new place. There are new places here that have, like, you can see here, like there's some kind of a maelstrom in the water. Well, to be able to access this place, you need to go in the maps around it, like any of them that could like be around the maelstrom, and you will find there's a chance that you can find some kind of like a totem or something, and when you destroy it, it reveals the path to go there. So it reminds me as when you find a key in Super Mario World. You can open a door for a secret level. That's basically the secret levels.
These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the Sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause.
Yep. Same principle of the Maelstrom. It's
This
kind of
presents
similar.
itself in the form
It's
of
very
earlier.
similar.
1. Each affix will now be both difficult and
Yeah, like now, all the maps, like the system with the maps before, if I understand it correctly, was like sometimes you add affixes and suffixes, and affixes were bonuses and suffixes were malices. And now they did the same thing as in Path of Exile 1. If you improve the maps, the reward will increase with the difficulty, instead of just adding randomly like a 1 difficulty or 1 like bonus or whatever.
Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
So you will always have an increased reward or bonus with every time that you put something that makes the enemies more hard. So like there's no like there won't be ever any instances of you finding a map that has like 5 affixes for monsters and it just gives you like bonus gold. Like every single affix will increase the reward. So that's very good. That's very, very good. The crafting.
One thing.
Now they added tiers to the gems. You will now have great and perfect orbs. So your exalts, you will have exalts, greater exalts, and perfect exalts.
But what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system.
That's true. I never used the essences, like almost never. I just tagged them in my stash and I just said, oh, okay, maybe sometime.
Should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
So no more
Lastly,
hoarding.
Our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also...
Bro, I skipped so much. Just the presentation for the new update is 1 hour. That's just a presentation. And by the way, is my webcam now super dark? My light is on. I don't get it. Wait a minute. Give me a moment. Okay. I think that's better. Insane in the membrane, yeah. The new trade system, that's
Over
what
the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4.
Yeah, because, by the way, we do go back to King's March in Act 4, so yes.
Allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set,
So, as you can see, if you look back in the list, Divine is still there, right?
the prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of your...
You need gold to pay the merchant. So that's how they managed to prevent probably the hackers to just take your stash. It's working like you're buying from an actual merchant.
yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs. If you
That's a huge W, man.
You can do that here.
And by the way, I'm not even a trade guy. I hate trading. I'm an SSF player, and this is still a W for me,
On the
man.
website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict.
I never trade either. But the thing is like, because now the system here is there, with that system so easily implemented, it's easy to access. It's right there in your game, in your hideout. If I don't play on SSF, I might use the system now. I never do. Why would I bother going on the website and just like try to contact the player and get like a meeting, and the guy is never there, or he never answers, or it's already sold, or like it's so complicated and it's just a waste of time. Now I'm just gonna sell a bunch of shit, man. I don't need something. I just put it in the stash to sell, and I go do my own. I don't even gonna buy anything. I'm just gonna sell shit.
To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality.
Yes, every stash tab that you bought, you can convert them into a merchant tab. So you don't have to buy merchant tabs on top of it. You can just convert them to switch them there.
We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test and
Let's look at the comments real quick. Putting items while offline. Can't believe it's already happening. Someone has been cooking around here. This is exactly the comment I said. This single patch has more content than Diablo and the expansion. Funny as fuck. And the game isn't fully released yet. Yeah, but does it have a cookbook? By the way, for those who don't understand the joke, Frosty corrupted your soul. It's because Frosty LaRue released is it Frosty? But it's Frosty, but he said like he's got like some kind of a weird you know, like pince sans rire. He's very serious humor, like very dry humor, and he's like very serious, and he says like what actually Path of Exile 2 would need to be a next like one of the best games is a cookbook. And he was extremely serious, but he was joking, but you know, it's dry humor. So it's like this is so funny, man. Wait about the expansion for D4 next year. You mean this year, and it's gonna suck. Gonna be like the last, yeah, like an incomplete story that's gonna cost $50 to one of my viewers. Joking, of course, but you know, it's like printing seems like a small addition, but the impact is huge. Amazing update, bunch of W's. There's 4.4 thousand likes and only 57 dislikes. There's 57 people who dislike this. How can you dislike this? These aren't patch notes. It's a patch book. Anyways. No druid? What? That's probably one of the dislikes. I'm trying to find a negative comment and I can't really find any of them. It's so rare. Why you guys always get it wrong? Wait a minute. 58, 40. No, bro, we are not wait for PoE 2 trade overhaul. We have been wait for PoE 1 trade over. Okay, it's just like one PoE 1 player. Mad PoE 1 player. There you go. Insane W. I will dive back into it face first, leg crossed, and hands tied in my back. No regrets. There you go. Make it happen. Yeah, it begins. Yeah. By the way, Axe. By the way, Axe. What about the Axe? What about the Axe? Let me put by the music a little bit.
Make sure you stretch out those creamy hamstrings.
Yeah, that's true, huh? I didn't take a break before the live stream. I told myself before the live stream, because it was only 5 minutes before it started, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I never went. So that means I've been sitting for 6.5 hours, 7 hours. Holy shit, man. Yeah, my legs will be, yeah. Guys, I'm gonna take a break. I am hungry. I am very hungry. But the thing is, I'm kind of bummed out because now I don't want to play Diablo 4 anymore. I don't want to go back to the PTR. Why would I inflict myself such pain? Why? Because it's one of the only things that makes me want to put my webcam on, because all the other games are just like, I play gacha games right now, and you know, I fell into the Chinese problem. So yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I wonder if I'm gonna take a longer break or just a short break. I'm thinking about it. Should I take a longer break and come back a little bit later, or should I just like go do what feels cool? It feels cool to kill shit, but it doesn't feel cool when you have to complain about everything. Because it's all the same. It's still the same. I actually, to be fair, in part of in Diablo 4, to be able to access to the new seasonal content, to be level 25, and I am level 24. So I didn't even test the new shit yet. That's the problem. Okay, I'm not gonna leave, guys. I'm just gonna take a quick break, like maybe 15 minutes. I will leave the music on. And I will put myself on, be right back. That's not the good one. Wrong one. Okay, wait a minute. I will just put this here. Sorry, I'm having fun. No! Ah! Ah! No! Good Lord! I think that might be why. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I had a power surge. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Ah, that's a little bit better. Now I have some more lighting. Yeah, I will just put myself on. I'll be right back, and I'll be back, guys. Ah, there it is. It's not the right size. Give me a moment. Yeah, I think that's fair. All right, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back. All right, guys, I am back. Wait. There you go. Hello. Welcome back. Thank you for everyone who stayed. All right. Let's get back to this. I don't know for how long, but, you know, let's try it. What's up? At least long enough to be level 25 and unlock the new things, right? Okay. Yep. Yeah, I want to test the new Infernal Hordes because I've been told that it's more like a roguelike, basically, the new mechanics. And it seems it's very good. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Yo. Finally, something better for the Infernal Hordes. Yep. But there's also another boss in the Infernal Hordes. You can spend all your ether to fight Bartok, the Lord of Blood. By the way, in the lore, Bartok is Orazan's brother from Diablo 2. You know Orazan, the guy that wrote the book before Diablo 1, and the mage in Diablo 1 went to the Arcane Sanctuary and tried to learn from his book and got corrupted and became the summoner. Well, during the first war, if I remember correctly, Bartok was fighting against the demons. And he got, while he was fighting the demons, he got corrupted by them and got, developed a taste for blood. Drinking and bathing in the blood of his enemies. But he's been dead for like centuries. I don't know why they're bringing him back now. Yeah, it's another legendary, man. Curse you, Bale. I'm so sick that taking a potion closes the menu. Can I just browse my stuff and still enjoy? Oh my god, okay, never mind, man. I wish I could just keep fighting while browsing my stuff, but no. If I take a potion, it closes the character sheet down. I reported this like 700,000 times and they don't give a shit. All right, almost.
Fresh meat.
Boss. I didn't cross the butcher once so far. I didn't do a lot of dungeons anyway, so that might be it. Holy shit. What the fuck? And of course, there's a wall. $74. I need just one. Chest. Chesticle. Level 25. Let's go. Let's go and craft some infernal ores keys.
How can I help? There's that.
Mark 55. 55.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
So I cannot craft infernal horde keys? They changed this? We can't do this anymore? You can only get them from Helltide's Nightmare Dungeons and the Whispers trees. I thought we could craft them. Am I dumb? Have I invented this, or this was never a thing? I'm pretty sure crafting them was a thing, right? And I only got the... bro, I'm level 25. I managed to get to the tree only once. I'm gonna do a Nightmare Dungeon and hope for the best, I guess. Like, to be fair, in a normal playthrough, I wouldn't care to not be able to do the Infernal Hordes right away if I was doing the campaign or whatever. But since I want to test it, it's just weird. And I can't use my other characters because they are Eternal Realms. Holy shit. Infernal Warp. What's an Infernal Warp? Infernal Warp. Alice Cooper, man. I saw him once with Ninja Run as... Oh, really? I unfortunately never saw Alice Cooper live, man. What a showman, man. One of the greats. One of the OG greats, actually. He's one of the the only ones remaining. Like, Ozzy's gone. Dio's gone. Lemmy's gone. Like the only ones from that era that are still there. Rob Alford. Her life town is insane. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Holy shit. You see, that's what I'm talking about. That's a decent difficulty. Like, there's a lot of monsters. They're not very easy to kill. They are hard and challenging, but they're not one-shotting me for no reason. I would like to have this, like, can I have this just the whole fucking way? No, it's either all wimps or all one-shots. Like this is gonna one-shot me, I'm pretty sure, man. I'm gonna let it hit me just for the funsies. Okay, never mind. That's decent. Yeah, like this. I will have to leave because I'm pretty sure that there's so many monsters. I'm not gonna get I'm gonna get hit by so many things at the same time. I will feel it's a one-shot. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm trying to get back my hardcore reflexes. I have several level 100 hardcore in this game. That means I can do it without dying. But those off-screen freaking like Bastillas, man. If I don't see you, you shouldn't be able to be to shoot at me, man. Bastillas, ballistas. Bastilla is in Knights of the Old Republic. Okay. Only 5 potions, though. I don't know what does the Infernal Warp does. Are you serious? Where are you fucking coming from? Trying to find something. The Infernal Warps are used to upgrade your Chaos perks. Oh, it's for the new Chaos powers. It's basically the skill points for the... Okay, so you need to collect those points from the... Wait a minute. Does that mean that I should have done Nightmare Dungeons all the way to begin with? I just realized something. They're trying to implement mechanics that will make you do those events. Like, example, to get the Chaos perks, you need the Infernal Warps for some reason from the Nightmare Dungeons, so that you interact with the Nightmare Dungeons, because nobody was using them. So they're using seasonal mechanics to try to fix the base game. When they should fix the base game and then add seasonal mechanics. Like, if the system is made for you to interact with the Nightmare Dungeons because nobody's using them, that's a base game fix. Leave this in the game and find something else for the season. You know, that's why I was so hyped for the Path of Exile 2 announcement, man. No, you... Attack? Do fucking something! Good lord! Freaking broken game, man. Sorry. Well, now the Father of Paragon is gone from D4. The Father of Paragon? The Father of Paragon? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Ah, fucking guys. The guy who had the idea for the Paragon level? Well, if you're talking about Rod Ferguson was there only for 5 years, and Paragon was in Diablo 3, which is back in 2010. So he's not the father of Paragon. Paragon was already there. The OG guys left like last year. Like the last OG guy left last year. Like right before the DLC released. Everybody else now, like every single previous devs from Diablo 1, 2, and 3 are now in a new company called Moon Beast. And they are making a new ARPG that is similar to it's a mix of Diablo and Valheim. It's a survival craft ARPG in a 3D open world that you can actually move around your camera in 3D. It's in pre-alpha at the moment. It's just called Moon Beast Game. What the fuck? Aw, man. Yeah, it's still a problem, and the render. This game is so unbalanced. It's so broken. It's not. I don't know what they're doing, man. I really don't know what they're doing. Like, to be completely fair, after seeing like the announcement today, I'm just lost for words, man. I just don't understand how this can happen. Hey, that's a wild Togepi. In the chat, Togepi. Togepi de blé d'Inde. Bro, he's the... All right, I am ready for the... I'll destroy Sentinel statue. I still have one to destroy. Okay. Congratulations for your Togepi! Hey, I healed, man. Come on. That's bullshit. Okay, whatever. Comment il est fatigué, je suis moins patient. And of course, it's the Tomb Lord. There's only 3 bosses for freaking 3 years, man. That's why I like the campaign, because there's way more bosses in the campaign. You died. I died. And of course he healed, right? The motherfucker healed. Fuck you, man. Yeah, and the reason why it's so frustrating in this game compared to, example, PoE. PoE is skill-based, most of it. You can dodge basically everything if you're good enough. In that game, if something just unfortunately hits you and one-shots you for some reason, it's just bullshit, man. Right there again. You saw this? He was not moving. He was not attacking. He was doing nothing. After I dodged, he stayed on place. That's a fucking bug that's been there for 2 years, man. And I was not stunned. I was not crowd controlled. Fuck, man. Young man yells at clouds. I died because I wanted to clip this. I don't even know if it worked. Because I will go back to look at it. I get the lord of this. There you go. Finally. And I didn't get one Infernal Horde key. Not one. Sigil crafting. Okay. Pikachu. Where? There's no Pikachu. Ah, liar. There was no Pikachu.
Well, let's have a look.
It's always in Kyovashad. I don't know why the quests are not working with any jewelers or any occultist or any blacksmith. It's that specific one in Kyovashad that you need to go back every single time. There you go. But I don't care about Nightmare Sigils. I want 9 Infernal Hordes. What time is it? 9. It's only 9. But the issue is that I've been streaming for 8 hours and I'm starting to be a little bit tired. And I can feel it when my my patience is running out. Running free. But yeah, you know what, guys? Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to call it a day. I will come back tomorrow and I will complete this because I do want to test the mechanics, but I don't have access to any of them. So I will need to farm a few Infernal Horde keys and get access to it to test the mechanics. But right now I'm too tired and I'm not having the patience to do it. So yeah, it's been a long day, a big day. No PoE2, not today. PoE2 is next Friday, bro. The new update is next Friday. Yeah, but the thing is I am awake since midnight. Because let me explain it to you very quick. Yesterday afternoon, I was a little bit tired, and I told myself I'm gonna go and take a nap, and I dropped the ball completely, and I woke up at midnight. I slept for like 8 hours. So yeah, I was like, okay, now there's no way I'm gonna fall asleep at like 3 in the morning. I just woke up, I had my morning coffee at like 1 a.m. and I just told myself like I'm gonna stay up. I will do my stuff. So I did a bunch of stuff this morning, and I started streaming. I don't know. It was like maybe noon, à midi. I started around midi. Il est 9h, il était 1h. Il était 1h de l'après-midi. C'est ça, en début d'après-midi. So at 1 p.m. started streaming. but I was already awake for like 12 hours. So yeah, so I would have streamed longer if I was not that tired. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. But tomorrow when I'll start streaming, I will be awake for just a few hours. So I will be top shape compared to now. That's the thing. So yeah. But anyways, hey, thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who been there on YouTube, on Kick. This is my first Kick stream. It was good, except for the bots. Fuck the bots. Cheers. Hey, thank you everyone on Twitch for being here again. I hope you had a good time. I will be back tomorrow for more Diablo. And hopefully it's gonna go better than today. Like, of course, like the PoE 2 live stream, I didn't even know it was today. Psychic came in and told me it was the PoE 2 live stream. I watched it and it ruined it ruined the whole thing for me, man. Like, yeah, you can hear my voice is starting to crack. I'm starting to lose my voice, man. I'm way too tired, man. All right, hey. Let me take a nap. For the stream. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Good night, guys. And I'll see you in the next one. All right. Peace.